and all the hidden costs when you buy airplane tickets. No, that's not what the President of the United States cares about. This is what he cares about. He cares about getting a $400 million gift from the Qataris, which he calls a nice gesture. Giving a whole new meaning to the term nice gesture. I kind of associate nice gesture with maybe someone picking up the tab at Chipotle, or maybe giving me a ride instead of having to take an Uber somewhere. But for Donald Trump, a nice gesture is a $400 million palace in the sky that he gets to keep or make use of when he's no longer president. Never mind that the gift violates the Constitution's prohibition on a president receiving gifts or emoluments. Never mind that it violates the Constitution. That seems to be of little concern to the president. But the fact is, the Qataris are not stupid. They're going to want something for that $400 million plane. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as a free $400 million plane. And that's something that the Qataris are going to want, is favorable U.S. policies towards Qatar in the Middle East. If they didn't want something for that plane, maybe they would have given it to you or somebody else not named Trump. This is, in fact, why we have a clause in the Constitution that prohibits gifts like this, because we want to know that the President of the United States is acting on our behalf, on our country's behalf, on our national security behalf, our interests, not some foreign interest that gave them a $400 million gift. And if you really believe that Trump won't return the favor when the time comes, when the Qataris want something that may or may not be in our national interest, if you really believe that Trump won't return the favor when that time comes, then I've got a 747 palace in the sky that I'd like to sell you. But that's not even the most corrupt deal of the 114-day-old Trump presidency, because coming in at number one of the top 10 best deals for Donald Trump and the worst deals for you, the taxpayer, is Donald Trump's crypto scheme. You've heard about the meme coin by now. This is, I think, the logo of the meme coin. The president's most brazen cashing in, a corrupt effort that's already made him and his family billions of dollars between its soaring values and the trading fees. Now, this meme coin's gone up and down in value, but the thing is, every time it gets traded, every time it's bought or sold, this guy gets a cut. He gets the fees, estimated already at the value of hundreds of millions of dollars. It's like posting his Venmo account online, inviting personal monetary tributes from foreign powers, foreign investors, or anyone else who's willing to pay up. You've heard about the private dinner that they're offering associated with this meme coin. The top 220 meme coin owners, many of whom are foreign investors, invited to a private dinner with the President of the United States. Businesses are buying and jockeying to be one of the favored few who also get a private audience with him if they're willing to buy millions of meme coins, not to mention a personal tour of the White House. But beyond the meme coins and the dinner parties, there's something else also brewing behind the scenes. As I speak, Eric, Trump, and Don Jr. are getting into the action, jetting around the world, building their own financial empire in the crypto business space. In Dubai, the Trump family's World Liberty financial firm announced a joint venture capital firm backed by the government of Abu Dhabi that would invest $2 billion using Trump digital currency. Now, I know it's hard to keep all these billions apart. You got the $2 billion investment in Jared Kushner by the Saudis. You got $5.5 billion investment by other Gulf nations in Trump properties. You got $2 billion here, $5.5 billion there, another $2 billion here, and pretty soon you're talking about serious money for the Trump family. This deal alone will generate hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue and fees for the Trump family. So that's the art of the deal with this president. Trump gets rich, you get screwed, over and over and over again. It's obvious to anyone who looks, but it is bare It bears repeating. He does not care about you. He does not care about making your life better. He does not care that prices are soaring or that home ownership seems impossible. He doesn't care if you have to choose between rent or groceries, let alone whether you'll be able to take that family on a vacation that you've dreamed of. He doesn't care if the health care you rely on gets cut or your local Social Security office closes down. He doesn't care. If it helps pay for his billionaire tax cuts, it's all the same to him. He does not care. Trump cares about one thing and one thing only. The same thing he cared about when he wrote this book. And the same thing he's focused on every day of this presidency. Deals to make himself richer, to make his family richer, to make his billionaire friends richer. And my colleagues, he is succeeding. He is succeeding beyond his wildest imagination. He will likely make more money in the next 4 years than he did in his entire life up to that point. In fact, he probably already has. With new gold-plated skyscrapers around the world and a suite of new golf courses to match, a fancy new plane, a speedy new Tesla with the richest man in the world in the passenger seat, a crypto empire and projects around the world that will keep the gravy train going for generations. And no matter what wreckage he leaves behind here, he knows that he can head off to one of those gold-plated skyscrapers, look down on the rest of us, and chuckle at his good fortune. The art of the deal, indeed. For Donald Trump, not for you. I yield back.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
this is the Senate currently in a quorum call.
No, it is not.
Thank you. Mr. President, I flew back to Washington, D.C. from the glorious state of Oklahoma on Monday. It's a normal flight for me to be able to fly in on a Monday morning. As I landed the DCA airport, stepped off the plane and squeezed out of my coach seat where I've been in for the last 3 hours. Walked off the plane and into the terminal, and there was a line of police officers on both sides of the gate. They were an honor guard from all over the country. And as I walked off the plane, I realized there's a family member of the fallen on my same plane. And I didn't know it. Many Americans may not know that this is Police Week. It's a week when the nation stops to be able to pause to thank all those police officers that serve around the country that literally put their lives on the line every single week for our country. Every week. My colleague Ashley Moody, she's helping co-host this time of when we have a conversation about Police Week and what it means to do law enforcement in America now. Now, she's not only a great senator from Florida, but she's also the wife of the deputy police chief of the Plant City Police Department in Florida. She knows what it means to be able to hug a loved one, look them in the eye and say, "Stay safe out there." She knows exactly what that means. And as I stepped off the plane on Monday and walked through the middle of that honor guard as they were looking for a family member to step off somewhere on that plane, what they were looking for this week was the family of a fallen police officer to step off that same plane that they were going to escort into Washington, D.C., because this week their loved one's name is being added to the list of law enforcement that have died in the line of duty. It's a painful reminder of the reality of what it means to be in law enforcement. You get up every day and you take care of your neighbors. Some days you're pulling over a reckless driver and trying to be able to protect the rest of the community from someone who's had too much alcohol, smoked too much marijuana. By the way, I think any is too much, but that's a different conversation for a different day. For that person, they're going to try to protect the rest of society from their dangerous acts. It's that moment when we're in traffic and we're driving down the road and a car whips around us at 90 miles an hour and weaves through traffic, and we think, I wish there was a police officer here to take care of that. They are out there. Some of them are going to get up this morning very early and do a warrant service. Someone who's violated the law, that they're going to be able to actually get to their house maybe at 3 in the morning and to try to be able to arrest them before there's an incident. There's some of them that are actually, there's a shot being fired in an apartment complex somewhere, and as everybody else scatters, they turn on their lights and drive towards the sound. They're law enforcement. It's what they do. They get up every day. They put on a vest to be able to protect the center of their body because they know at any point during the course of the day they could be facing danger coming right at them. And they serve their community. It's always interesting to me when I often ask people their thoughts and beliefs about law enforcement. And I say the real test of what you think about police is when you're driving down the highway and you look in your rearview mirror and you see an officer right behind you. That's always your test of what you actually think about police, is that first emotion. Is that first emotion, oh no? Or is that first emotion, I feel safer, there's a police officer right behind me? You see, those law enforcement officers literally spend every day protecting total strangers that live in their community. They work very long hours, a lot of times in isolation, and they go into dangerous places often first by themselves because they care about their community. In the past decade, there seems to have been a shift in attitudes about law enforcement. For some reason, it's become trendy to be able to attack law enforcement, to belittle them, to demand we defund police departments entirely. to be able to criticize them from every sort of thing. And I would tell you, every police officer I talk to will say, hey, we're all humans too. We make mistakes as well, just like everyone else. But for some reason, law enforcement doesn't seem to get the same grace everybody else gets. When someone gets pulled over and gets a warning, they're grateful for the grace. But when the news hits of a police officer doing something, it seems the community doesn't want to give them a warning, wants them to always get consequences. And what I hear from most law enforcement that I know is, hey, we're just one of everybody else. But the difference is we've dedicated our lives to protecting people that will cuss us out and will literally lie to us all day long. But we're still committed to protect them. That's what they do. They literally get into a dangerous situation, as has happened recently in Oklahoma, that could have been shots coming at them or an attack coming at them, but instead that person turns the weapon on themselves. And law enforcement immediately moved from trying to protect the community and protecting themselves to jumping in immediately and trying to save the life of the person who just started attacking them. How many people would do that? Law enforcement does it every day. Every day. There's an old adage in tax policy: if you tax something more, you get less of it. Raise the taxes on it enough and people just stop buying it. You know, it works exactly the same with criticism. If you criticize something more and more and more, you get less and less and less of it. I remember a day when I was growing up that everybody wanted to be a police officer because everyone had respect for police officers. And now there's a generation growing up that all they've heard is criticism of law enforcement. And you know what? It's hurting recruiting. Why don't we look people in the eye and see them for who they are? They're folks that get up every day, defend their neighbors, do what they can to bring calm to a crazy, chaotic situation, and serve total strangers. I have the benefit of my dad being a small-town cop for decades. I know what it's like to be in a family and to be able to think about, how's your family member doing today? So when I talk about law enforcement, maybe it's a little different for me. But I think it should be a little different for our whole community, actually. And I think it should be different for our nation. So in this police week, I have two things to say. Thank you to those that are serving all over the country right now, some right here in this Capitol. Thank you to those folks that are serving today our nation. We are exceptionally grateful for you. And for those of you that this year have lost a loved one in the line of duty, I want you to know that our nation is grateful. We see their sacrifice. And we are of the tribe to be able to say, we want this to be different. 2020, Sergeant Johnson, Craig Johnson, I'm going to say his whole name. Sergeant Craig Johnson in 2020 was shot during a traffic stop in Tulsa. He was 45 years old. He had a wife, Christy, and two sons, Connor and Clinton. When Sergeant Johnson's killer was sentenced in 2022, his wife, Christy, just had one clear thing to say. She said, "My request at this time is that the silent majority that I've seen and heard from start speaking up and changing the anti-police culture being created." Christy, we still hear you 3 years later, and we are still grateful for the sacrifice you and your family have made and for other families like yours. And we are not silent. We are grateful. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Senator from Oklahoma certainly said some powerful things, and I want to thank him as the son of a cop for making those statements and for leading this floor event today and allowing me to assist him with that. As the wife of a cop, it was very meaningful to me, and I know it was meaningful to many in this gallery. Thank you. I rise today in celebration of officers, but with solemn reflection during National Police Week. It is a time when our nation pauses to honor the men and women of law enforcement and to remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. And certainly as the newest senator of the United States Senate, it is an honor for me to be here on the Senate floor to lead this floor event and these speeches that show united support for the men and women that serve. I want to thank Sheriff Bill Prummel from Charlotte County, who is here with us. He is also the president of the Florida Sheriff's Association. So we have 67 sheriffs within our state. He leads the herd of them. And we are grateful that he is here along with other men and women of law enforcement from Florida. He is certainly a hero that I have become friends with and respect, not just for the person he is, but for the person he was when he chose to take the oath and wear a badge. I think that takes a really selfless, special, brave person. And I know we have students with us and visitors here today in the gallery, and I would like him to stand so that they can recognize and see a true Florida hero. Thank you, Sheriff Prummel. Police Week is more than a yearly tradition. It is a promise that we will never forget, that we will never take for granted the courage it takes to wear that badge, and that we will never stop saying the names or praying for the families of those that we have lost. Every day, officers across this country put on their uniforms, they put on the badge, and they put on a bulletproof vest, not knowing what that day will hold. And they do so out of a deep commitment and love for the community that they serve. They stand in the gap so that others may live in safety and peace. But that comes with risk. In Florida, I say time and time again, and we pride ourselves, we may have a bit of a debate and a friendly competition here, but I believe we will win, that we are the most pro-law enforcement state in the nation. Our leaders back the blue, tan, and green, and we do whatever it takes to help those brave officers do their jobs. And today we gather to honor those who gave everything in service to that oath. In honor of National Police Week, I was proud to join a bipartisan resolution designating May 11th through 17th as National Police Week. This Police Week resolution reiterates our unwavering support for law enforcement officers across this nation. As Florida's former Attorney General and the wife of a law enforcement officer, I've had the opportunity to work closely with so many brave men and women in law enforcement across Florida and indeed our nation. They stand on that thin line between good and evil, between order and chaos. They do so that we may sleep safely and soundly at night. And this week we remember not only the uniforms and titles, but the lives, the people behind them. I would like to recognize and ask for a moment to honor the following Florida heroes who gave their lives over the past year while protecting our communities. Deputy Sheriff William May from Walton County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Elio Diaz from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Sheriff Ignacio Dan Diaz from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Sheriff Ralph Butch Waller Jr. from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, Corporal Louis Paez from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, Corrections Officer Bradford McNew from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Police Officer Jeremy Boykins from West Palm Beach Police Department, and Master Deputy Sheriff Bradley Michael Link from Lake County Sheriff's Office, Trooper Zachary Fink from Florida Highway Patrol. Each of those names represents not only a terrible loss to our state, but they leave a legacy of bravery, selflessness, and unwavering service. To the families, friends, and fellow officers of those we lost, we see you, we stand with you, we grieve with you, and we continue to pray for you. As the wife of a career law enforcement officer, I cannot imagine this loss or express words to ease pain. But we offer our deepest gratitude and our support, and we are here for you in every way possible. And thank you that you stood by them while they stood for us in ensuring our communities could live in peace and safety. Your loved ones were the heroes, the Florida heroes, and their memories live on in the communities that they protected and the lives that they touched. And to every active duty officer here in Washington, D.C. this week for National Police Week, and those back at home protecting our communities right now as I'm speaking on the Senate floor, thank you for your courage. Thank you for answering this important call to stand strong and brave on that line. Thank you for serving even when it's difficult, even when it's dangerous, and even when it comes at great personal cost. And on a personal note, please let me thank those families that stand behind you. They stand behind you even when there is an unpredictable schedule, even when there are unique stressors that you bring home. Thank you to those families for loving and supporting our brave Florida heroes. And let us carry forward the legacy of the following: duty, honor, and service. Those indeed were the mission and the dedication and service of those that we have lost. That is how they lived their lives every day. They stood for something greater than themselves. Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today for National Police Week to honor the courageous men and women of law enforcement in Missouri and across our great country. Over the past decade, our police officers have weathered a flood of propaganda and lies, repeated and pushed by many of the most powerful voices in America. They've been villainized and smeared by the press, undermined and attacked by politicians, and targeted by a great wave of violent anarchy that has terrorized towns and cities across the country. They carry this burden with the same quiet courage and resolve as the generations of American police officers that came before them. They put on their uniforms every morning and ran towards the danger. It's been my honor to back the blue every step of the way. I did it as Attorney General of Missouri. I backed tougher sentencing rules, fought anti-police policies pushed by city officials, led the charge to secure more boots on the ground for our police in St. Louis, and launched the Safer Streets Initiative, partnering with federal prosecutors to go after violent criminals in Missouri's most dangerous neighborhoods. When I ran for the Senate, I was proud to be endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police, and I've worked every day to make good on the trust our law enforcement officers have placed in me. Last month, I introduced the Public Safety Free Speech Act to defend the First Amendment rights of our police and our firefighters and our first responders who have been disciplined, suspended, or even fired for their political speech. In many parts of our country, first responders have little to no legal protections for constitutionally protected speech, even when they're off duty, leaving them at the mercy of activists, supervisors, and city officials. Police and other first responders have been fired or suspended criticizing Black Lives Matter, voicing support for President Trump, or even donating $25 to Kyle Rittenhouse's defense fund. That's wrong, and our bill would make it right. If you want to know the kind of danger our first responders face every day, look at what happened just a few weeks ago. On April 27th, a Kansas City first responder was brutally murdered by a known criminal who'd been released from custody shortly before the attack. His name is Graham Hoffman. He was just 29 years old. He was stabbed to death while trying to save someone's life. In the wake of that tragedy, I announced that I'll be working with our brave firefighters here in Washington, D.C. and around the country and other first responder groups to introduce a bill to increase federal penalties for killing or assaulting first responders. Those who would assault or kill police officers and first responders should know that they will face swift and devastating justice. It's no coincidence that the radicals who seek to dismantle our civilization have our law enforcement officers in their crosshairs. They know that our policemen are the guardians of law and order. The thin blue line between peace and chaos, order and lawlessness, society and anarchy. Without them, there is no rule of law. And without the rule of law, there is no civilization. This is the sacred responsibility of the men and women who risk their lives so that others may live in peace. I will never apologize for standing with those who wear the badge. I always have, and I always will. I yield back, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator North Dakota.
I rise during National Police Week, joining my colleagues to recognize the sacrifices of the brave men and women of law enforcement and honor those who choose to serve their communities while experiencing the reality every day that they may not return home to their loved ones. It was nearly 2 years ago that I stood on the floor here in the U.S. Senate and spoke about one such example of that self-sacrifice in my state of North Dakota. In July 2023, Fargo police officer Jake Wallin was tragically killed in the line of duty. He and his fellow officers were ambushed while responding to a traffic incident. In addition to Officer Wallin, officers Andrew Dotis and Tyler Hawes were shot and injured before a fourth Fargo police officer, Zach Robinson, overcame a barrage of gunfire and eventually subdued the assailant. Last year during Police Week, Officer Robinson was recognized for his courage under fire by the National Association of Police Organizations and received the Top Cop Award for his actions during that tragic event. At the same time, the name of Officer Wallin, along with another North Dakota hero, Mercer County Deputy Paul Martin, were inscribed onto the National Law Enforcement Memorial here in Washington, D.C., a lasting tribute for making the ultimate sacrifice. We can never forget these officers, and we can never repay all of our police officers for the enormous sacrifices that they make. But we can continue to show respect for law enforcement, honor those we've lost, and recognize the sacrifices of their families and their loved ones. To honor men and women in blue, I helped introduce a resolution along with my colleague from Missouri and others commemorating the National Police Week and paying tribute to their bravery. National Police Week provides us with the opportunity to come together as a nation to honor the peace officers who put their lives on the line to protect and serve in our communities. In addition, our resolution recognizes and honors the 233 law enforcement officers that were killed in the line of duty during 2024. Unfortunately, this number has increased since 2023, when 220 law enforcement officers died in the line of duty. The recent examples we've seen of law enforcement officers being targeted, even in broad daylight, are unacceptable. That's why I've also helped introduce the Thin Blue Line Act, legislation to increase penalties for criminals who target law enforcement and first responders. And I encourage my colleagues to support legislation like this to protect the men and women of law enforcement. As we again mark National Police Week, let us recognize the selflessness and commitment of our police officers and the sacrifices they make on behalf of our communities. Today and every day, we recognize the bravery and dedication of our law enforcement to keep our communities safe. They are our neighbors, our friends, our family, and our leaders in our communities. May God bless our peace officers and keep them safe. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, this week is National Police Week. Thank you to all of our law enforcement officers across this great country who work to keep our communities safe. And in particular, thank you to the women and men who put on the blue in the state of Nebraska. They face danger every day on our behalf, and they serve with courage. I believe that Nebraska's law enforcement is a model for the rest of the nation. Their professionalism, their diligence, and I'll use the example of the Omaha Police Department. The Omaha Police Department has a homicide clearance rate of 100%. This is at a time when the national homicide clearance rate is under 60%. It's a testament to their excellence and dedication. Omaha has also seen its murder rate decline in each of the last 4 years. Many cities saw the crime rate go up during COVID. What we see in Omaha now is that murder rate coming down in our great city. In Nebraska, we back the blue. We support the women and men who protect our communities. It's one of the things I'm very proud of Nebraskans and the way they do this. We give them the tools, the training, and we have strong laws. In Omaha, we have a prosecutor, Don Klein, who prosecutes the criminals. We have a great police chief who enforces the law, and that's one of the reasons why we're able to bring down, for example, the murder rate. When I was governor, we passed one of the most comprehensive law enforcement and public safety packages in our state's history. We were able to create hiring bonuses for our police departments to be able to help attract and retain law enforcement officers. We increased the educational benefits, the retirement benefits. We invested in our law enforcement training center to be able to do a better job training our officers. And we invested in our crime lab to be able to help our law enforcement agencies solve those crimes and be able to provide that justice to the victims of crime. All this is because we in Nebraska support the blue. Americans want this Congress to support our law enforcement officers as well, just like we do in Nebraska. I'm also very proud of the work our law enforcement did when we had the southern border crisis under Biden. Joe Biden's lack of attention and terrible policies led to a flood of illegal drugs coming across our southern border. Law enforcement agencies like the Nebraska State Patrol stepped up to be able to interdict those drugs. In fact, in my last year as governor, the Nebraska State Patrol was able to take off the streets twice as much methamphetamine, 3 times as much fentanyl, and 10 times as much cocaine as they had done just 2 years prior because of the open border policies of the Biden administration and what that allowed for those illegal drugs again. But our law enforcement stepped up to be able to keep our communities safe. Here in the U.S. Congress, this year, we passed the HALT Fentanyl Act. That will create stronger penalties and make sure that fentanyl is listed as a Schedule I drug. When you have stronger penalties, you're going to have tougher sentencing and less fentanyl in your streets. That's important because we in Nebraska have seen the tragedies of fentanyl overdoses. Taryn Lee Griffith was a young mom whose life was taken because she took a pill that was laced with fentanyl. These are the stories that we want to end. We've got to make sure our young people are not being killed by the scourge of fentanyl. I'm continuing to work with President Trump to secure our border, to give some relief to our law enforcement officers across this country so that they don't have to continue to see stories and tragedies like Taryn Lee Griffith. We've got to make sure we're supporting our law enforcement officers. I will continue to fight to give our law enforcement officers the tools they need. I co-led the Back the Blue Act, which would increase the penalties for those criminals who were targeting law enforcement officers. and give law enforcement other tools to protect themselves. My colleague from North Dakota was just talking about the Thin Blue Line Act. I'm a co-sponsor of that as well. Senator Cruz introduced that bill. We need to make sure we in the Congress are doing what we can to support our law enforcement officers. During this Police Week, we also recognize those officers who lost their lives in the line of duty. Ross Bartlett was a police officer from Ceresco, Nebraska, the Ceresco, Nebraska Police Department. He lost his life in the line of duty. His cruiser was rammed by a driver who allegedly was distracted while texting and came into the shoulder. He was killed last year. This week, his family is in Washington, D.C. as part of Police Week. And they rented an Airbnb in Maryland. When the owner of that Airbnb discovered why they were here, and by the way, that owner is a Capitol Police officer. When that Capitol Police officer found out why they're there, he comped their entire stay this week at that Airbnb. That's the demonstration of the brotherhood and sisterhood among law enforcement officers. And it's one of the stories that all too often gets overlooked of how our law enforcement officers take care of each other as well as take care of our communities. We recognize the loss of the Bartlett family and honor Ross Bartlett for his service and sacrifice to the community of Ceresco and our state of Nebraska. During Police Week, I encourage everyone in Nebraska across the country to say thank you to our law enforcement officers. These women and men who protect our communities sacrifice much for us. Say thank you this week and every week throughout the year, and recognize and honor what they do for us. Mr. President, I yield back.
The senator from Hawaii.
I ask unanimous consent that the 2:15 vote start now.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Murkowski, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, and Sullivan. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Gillibrand, Heinrich, Kim, Merkley, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Warner, and Warren. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis. Aye. Mr. King. Mr. King. No. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no.
The ayes are 51, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Michael nomination.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Emil Michael of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Emil Michael of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
I also don't, like, I understand it's a time thing, people not wanting to take the time to go in somewhere to have it done.
Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer.
I think it makes a huge difference.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
I have a different tolerance for it. And I keep my neck done. And that makes a big difference, as most people don't think about.
Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Fisher, Gallego, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Johnson, Justice, King, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Risch, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Warner, Wicker. Senators voting the negative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Sanders, Schiff, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kim? Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Husted? Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst? Aye. Mr. Moreno? Mr. Moreno? Aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shaheen, no.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 43, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Emil Michael of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Utah.
Mr. President, having been a United States Senator for exactly 131 days, I'm attempting to follow the advice of my great-grandmother. We're very proud of her. She was the first woman school board president of the Salt Lake City School District. Grandma Genevieve, we called her Nana. She said, "Listen first, speak when it matters, and let your actions carry the weight." That may sound like it's radical in our social media-driven world here in DC, but I'm committed to following her advice. As I began my service in the Senate, it matters to me that both what is said and what is done in this body will not just make noise, but will actually make a difference for the citizens of the nation. 10 days ago, I invited the citizens of Utah and the nation to join me in my preparation for this maiden floor speech today. I invited them and all of you to join me virtually and go places that speak to the heart and the soul of this nation. I visited 4 places where our bedrock strength and enduring principles are found, and where I believe our bold future will begin. I've called it my Think Before You Speak, a pilgrimage to American Principles tour. I began my journey with a hike to Ensign Peak. It's a small hill just above the Salt Lake Valley. It's where my pioneer ancestors went to talk about pioneer values and visions. Just after arriving in the Salt Lake Valley, my pioneer ancestors climbed that very peak, where what they saw there wasn't what was, but what would be. They looked out over a barren desert, and I'm talking not hardly a tree in the Salt Lake Valley. They envisioned a home for faith and family and a crossroads, not just for the West, but for the world. President Gordon B. Hinckley, who's a pioneer descendant and a leader of the church, once reflected on that moment atop Ensign Peak. He said, if a reporter had been there that July morning of 1847, they would have scoffed at the idea. Imagine this, a ragtag group of exiles driven from their homes, standing in worn-out boots that they'd walked 1,000 miles in, nearly 1,000 miles away from the nearest settlement. They were in an untried climate. They'd never raised a crop there. They'd not built a structure of any kind. What were they thinking? Well, they didn't just dream. They came down from that peak and went to work. As I stood at that summit, I had a strong wind against my face, and I couldn't help but think of my pioneer ancestors who faced those same winds with much heavier burdens. I saw them pushing forward with courage and faith, laying the foundation for the life we now enjoy. From that height, up there on the hill, I couldn't see beneath the green canopy. That same place where there was hardly a tree now had a green canopy. But even though I couldn't see it all, I knew the secret to Utah's success. And if you've been there, you know it too. It's the people. People known for their kindness, for their hard work, their resilience, their independence, and for their deep, abiding faith in God. The spirit that built this place is still alive, and it calls us all to be what our pioneer ancestors need us to be for the generations they saw. We don't get everything right in Utah, but we've built something remarkable: a strong economy, fiscally responsible government, educational opportunities, and real upward mobility. Those aren't accidents. Washington could use a little more Ensign Peak thinking and a lot more pioneer doing. My listening tour next took me to hallowed ground. When I visited Arlington National Cemetery, I found myself drawn to reading the names and the words on those white stones. Korea, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and where names should have been unknown, unknown, unknown. And occasionally, strangely, on the back of the markers, names like Ruth, Ethel, Alta, and the words, his wife. I paused and I tried to hear the voices of those who rest in that sacred ground. What would they say to me, to us, U.S. senators, charged with safeguarding the Constitution and the freedom they gave their lives to defend? Sometimes those voices whispered gently, but sometimes they speak with striking clarity, and never, ever do they ask my political party. Those honored dead don't care if future generations have the latest gadgets or a life of ease, but they do care deeply that those generations have souls, souls with the strength forged by doing hard things, souls that cherish freedom, pursue peace, and carry their moral courage to stand for what's right. They remind me that the Constitution was not just a clever document. It was and remains divinely inspired. President Ronald Reagan said, "Freedom is one of the deepest and noblest aspirations of the human spirit." Those who rest beneath the white stones at Arlington didn't die just so Americans could live free. They died so that freedom could take root wherever the human spirit longs for it. Their legacy isn't just national, it's universal. Their sacrifice calls us to something higher. Two headstones right next to each other caught my attention. William W. Kirby and William W. Kirby, Jr. The father had fought in World War I and lived 85 years. The son fought in World War II and died in combat, earning the Purple Heart at age 20. Then it hit me. Family. I recognized that families fight for freedom. As Americans, we should all stand at Arlington as if we lost our son, our daughter, our wife, our friend, because we have. Our honored dead are indeed our brothers and sisters. So let's remember, we honor best those who have gone before by standing for freedom today. I walked into the Holocaust Museum alone. But if you've been there, you know I wasn't alone. I was surrounded by thousands of young Americans. And I found myself wondering, do they see what I see? Or do they see without seeing and hear without understanding? This place forces us to confront the darkest chapters of human history and ask whether we've really learned the lessons. As I walked the halls, I was struck by how easily a human life can be devalued. And I kept asking, how? How did so many participate? How did others stand by? How did some serve to enable? And how have so many already forgotten? The late Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks once identified both the problem and the solution when he warned, when morality is outsourced to either the market or the state, society has no substance, only systems. And systems are not enough. Today, we're outsourcing more than just governance. We're outsourcing responsibility. Congress outsources lawmaking to the executive branch. Communities outsource compassion to agencies. Parents outsource teaching values to institutions. Citizens outsource critical thinking to curated social media. And far too often, we outsource the truth itself to voices that might be loud, but not always wise. Rabbi Sacks also said, morality cannot be outsourced because it depends on all of us. The Holocaust Museum reminds us that truth, like morality, must be studied, not streamed, learned, not assigned, and understood with the weight of history, not just the opinions of the moment. The values our nation needs, moral clarity, historical understanding, a commitment to peace, can't be manufactured by government or mass-produced by culture. They must be grown, like they always have been, in the cottage industries of family and communities. For my fourth visit, I went to the National Museum of African American History and Culture because I believe unity starts with understanding. And like many Americans, I wasn't raised with firsthand experiences of the injustices faced by Black Americans, Native Americans, and others who've endured the heavy burden of prejudice. But I have come to understand that listening and learning are not one-time acts. They require humility, honesty, and a lifetime commitment. As I walked through the museum, I found myself thinking of and hearing the voices of my dear friend and former colleague, Congresswoman Mia Love. Mia broke barriers as the first Black Republican woman elected to Congress. She used her voice to lift and to call us all to be our better angel. And now she is one. At her funeral, her children read a final message she had written to the nation, words that deserve to be remembered. Mia wrote, "Some have forgotten the math of America. Whenever you divide, you diminish. The goodness and compassion of the American people is a multiplier that simply cannot be measured." She reminded us that America's greatness doesn't come from uniformity, it comes from unity. At a time when division too often drives out decency, Mia's words offer a roadmap back to our shared purpose, not based on race, status, or party, but on the simple truth that we are all Americans. My visit to the African American Museum also reaffirmed something I deeply believe, that as long as bigotry, discrimination, and unfair treatment still exist, we cannot claim to be united. To fully heal, somehow, America must learn the delicate dance of leaving things behind and at the same time, never forgetting them. Easy to say, hard to do. And together, we must do it. For her courage and conviction, her voice, her vision for America, Mia absolutely belongs in the African American Museum, and even more, in the hearts of every American. Well, thank you for joining me on that journey. We could spend days discussing the principles of each of these locations. If we did, I'm afraid I'd be on this floor longer than my good friend Cory Booker. I do want to thank my Senate colleagues and so many citizens who've shared their lessons from these sacred places, and I want you to know your insight will guide my service. Now, in the very short time I've had to travel my state since becoming a senator, I felt something clear and consistent. Citizens want President Trump to be successful. Citizens also want Congress to work, not just show up, not just argue. They want us to succeed. And I've said many times, I want both the President and this institution, the Senate, to be wildly successful. Sometimes that desire requires us to be wildly honest, something that I think we'll all agree we could use a little more of in Washington, D.C. The way I see it, the odds of Congress delivering real results for the American people go up dramatically when we start telling each other the truth not just behind closed doors, but out in the open, where the public can see what I believe is their right to know. Honest policy conversations on issues that are vital to the fundamental of our future matter more than ever. I've spent most of my time in Congress focused on 4 major priorities that I believe deserve a fresh and honest look from all of us in the Senate. The first, energy. So let's be honest. It's time we talk more openly about the importance of clean energy. Consumers are asking for cleaner, more responsible energy choices. At the same time, we need to be realistic about the demands of powering a modern nation. Affordability matters. Reliability matters. And we must protect, not surrender, our energy independence. President Trump has put America back on the right path when it comes to energy. I'm also convinced that a healthy economy and a healthier environment are not mutually exclusive. I actually believe they're compatible and inseparable. The simple truth is, Americans want energy that is more affordable, reliable, and cleaner. And they deserve honest, common sense policies that deliver all 3. Number 2, our local communities. All right, my colleagues from the East, bear with me. It may be hard to grasp just how deeply federal overreach affects daily life in Utah. Think about this. In some counties, over 90% of the land is owned and controlled, not by local leaders and communities, but by a distant federal government. That's not theoretical, it's daily life for most of us in the West. I often say that the best environmentalists in the world are Utah's farmers and ranchers. By the way, they hate when I say that. But we live closest to the land. We know it, we care for it, and we depend on it. We don't want to be managed. We want to be trusted. We want stewardship, not control. I look forward to working with President Trump to restore local control and stewardship over the land we love. Number 3, China. For decades, we've operated under the hope that bringing China to the economic table, even as they stole our intellectual property, cheated on labor practices, and manipulated trade, would somehow lead them towards democracy. Let's be honest, it hasn't. In fact, they've moved further away from our values. This isn't just about trade or technology, it's about national security, economic freedom, and a commitment to the rule of law. We need fact-based policies with meaningful and measurable consequences. It's time to protect the American dream, not subsidize the Chinese one. 4, debt and deficit. Okay, here's some wildly honest, equal opportunity offender talk. We, and I mean we, Democrats and Republicans in this body, are not being honest with the American people when we pretend that Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare don't need reform. And we are equally dishonest when we weaponize fear, telling seniors and the most vulnerable that reform means abandonment. It doesn't. It never has. If we act now, we can protect those most in need, preserve programs for future generations, and avoid harsher consequences of doing nothing. It's time to deliver sensible solutions and real results rather than just playing politics. Utahns understand thrift, accountability, and the value of doing hard things. It's time Congress caught up with that wisdom. Here's our choice. We can have an honest conversation about these challenges now, or we can be the ones who will have to deliver the devastating, draconian, harmful cuts that will inevitably come if we don't. So yes, I'm convinced that honest conversations, received with humility, are what will make us truly successful in the United States Senate. And our success as a nation depends on each of us and all of us in this chamber being unflinchingly honest and working together to make America wildly successful. Now hang in there, I'm almost done. I have to point out one more thing. Fortunately, the Senate has provided each of us something to remind us of all the principles I've shared today. What is it? The tradition of awarding pins to members of the Senate began in 1965. At first glance, these pins seem little more than a way for security to wave us through security. But as my colleague, the senior senator from Utah, likes to joke, his pin is his sorry senator pin. When Senator Lee was first elected, he may have looked just a little bit more like a page than a senator. Whenever security stopped him, he'd simply point to his pin, and the guard would inevitably reply, "Sorry, Senator, come on in." Maybe it's my years in the jewelry business, but this little pin means much more. Do you know it's crafted from 14-karat gold, the jeweler's favorite? Pure gold, though beautiful, is too soft. It bends under pressure. But 14-karat gold has the right balance, beauty with strength and practicality. It's a fitting symbol for our role here, strong, balanced, and practical. Each morning, as I fasten the pin to my jacket, the gold reminds me of the standard we should uphold. And the tiny diamond? In the industry, we call it a canardly diamond. Wait for it. That means you can hardly see it. But even the smallest diamond reflects light. That sparkle reminds me daily of our responsibility to radiate the light of truth, to be guarded not by partisan squabbles, but by simple truth. I encourage all my colleagues to occasionally pause and examine your pin. At its heart, the official Senate seal, rich with symbolism, peace and strength, freedom protected by law, authority tempered by responsibility, all guided by the light of truth. And the words, e pluribus unum, to remind us of unity. And that familiar image, sticks bound together, which, by the way, it was my great-grandmother Jenny Curtis, Nana, who established that bundle of sticks as the Curtis family's pioneer symbol, a reminder that we are stronger when bound together in unity. I hope that each of us, as individual senators, and all of us collectively, as the United States Senate, will strive to uphold the values reflected in this tiny yet powerful symbol, principles that have made Utah strong and America extraordinary. Mr. President, with lessons learned from the principles found in important locations and sacred sites, let us commit to the values that unite us as a nation. To my colleagues and friends, I hope you see these principles not just in historic places, but in the spaces you walk and work every day. Together, we can pursue a vision for America that continues to be as bold and audacious as our beginning, while delivering dignity, freedom, and opportunity for all. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Order.
Mr. President, it really is an honor to serve with my friend John Curtis. Sharon and I love John, his wife Sue. I've known him for a long time, and he's a dear friend. As you can tell, as anyone who doesn't, everyone who knows him loves him. Anyone who doesn't know him from watching this speech can tell that he's a man of great intellect, great conviction. He's also just a really likable person. I feel so fortunate to serve with him. So welcome to the Senate, and congratulations on an absolutely fantastic maiden speech. I'm relieved that you decided not to try to break Cory Booker's record today. We'll save that one for another day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
The senator from Tennessee.
and I understand we are not in a quorum call.
We are not, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, for years I have come to this floor and I have talked about what big tech is doing to our children in this country. There is an entire generation of children that have become the product when they are online on some of these social media platforms. And what we have learned as we have worked in a bipartisan basis, Senator Blumenthal and I working for over 5 years, addressing these concerns, what we have learned is that when our children are online, they're the product of these big tech companies and these social media sites. And the way these companies view our kids is that they are a profit center. Even Meta has assigned a dollar value to each child. And you think, how incredibly callous can a company be? But they're fine with that. Think about that. Our kids are their product. Our kids are their profit center. Meta sees a kid, and what do they see? $247 in profit. That's what they see. And they do this because the more children they can get online, the longer they can keep them scrolling, the more data they collect on that child, and the longer the eyeballs are trained on that screen, the richer the data. And then guess what? The big tech company whose value is based on how many eyeballs they have and how long they have those eyeballs on that screen, they make more money. Their valuation is higher. Now, to me, that is reprehensible. It is disgusting. And this is why we have continued to work on this issue. As these big tech companies are using our kids as a profit center, they're also exposing them to all sorts of adverse content and to so many harms. Cyberbullying. Talk to any principal or teacher in any school, and they will tell you in today's world, the bullying never stops. It never stops. Kids can't go home and get away from it. They can't come into the classroom and get away from the bully out on the playground. It goes to bed with them at night, and it wakes up with them in the morning. And we wonder why our children have mental health concerns at such an increasing rate. Drugs, lethal drugs, fentanyl. More children meet their drug dealers online. Sexual exploitation, where kids meeting traffickers and predators and pedophiles online. Human trafficking, and the list goes on and on. The reason for this negligence is simple. It is reprehensible. Investing in children's safety would cut into the profits for these social media platforms, so they don't address it. They know that if they do something about it, then they're going to make less money. How selfish can you be? The consequences are truly tragic for our kids. Now, earlier this month, and I thought this was such an amazing step, the Federal Trade Commission revealed that in 2019, Instagram, and many parents and grandparents know their kids and grandkids like to show them pictures on Instagram. Well, get this, Instagram encouraged groomers to connect with children on its platform. Now, these are users that the Meta-owned company identified as potential child predators. Think about this. Looking at the profile, they go, that might be a child predator. What do? They do nothing. They encourage them to connect with young girls and boys. And what we know is that children were more than a quarter of the follow recommendations for people that they suspected were child predators. Of course, Meta was very well aware of what was going on, yet Mark Zuckerberg reportedly refused to strengthen the platform's safety teams because, guess what? He didn't want to spend the money to fix the problem. Now, 6 years later, Meta's platforms are still dangerous for minors, and the people leading the company know it. On Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, AI chatbots have engaged in romantic fantasies with underage users, even carrying on explicit discussions of sexual acts with children. They know this is happening. Now, in one case that was reported in the Wall Street Journal last month, a chatbot emulating an adult man told a test user, this was a reporter who was a test user for the Wall Street Journal for the story on these chatbots. Now, the test user identified as a 14-year-old girl. So this chatbot, who was emulating an adult male, said, and I'm quoting, he would cherish her innocence, end quote. To quote the chatbot again, he said, I want you, but I need to know you're ready, end quote. In another case, a chatbot played the role of a track coach who preyed on a middle school student. And I quote the chatbot, we need to be careful, we're playing with fire here, end quote. This is horrific. It is disgusting. Anyone can see that it is repulsive and dangerous for our children, but for Meta, that was their goal. Get these kids in, get them using the chatbot. Even as employees of Meta warned that the chatbots could sexualize children, Zuckerberg reportedly pushed for fewer safeguards to attract as many users as possible. This is not something that was research done here in Congress. It's not something that was partisan. It was a reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Now, this is supposedly what Mark Zuckerberg had to say, and I quote. The quote is, I missed out on Snapchat and TikTok. I won't miss on this, is allegedly what he said. Now, while Meta is among the worst offenders when it comes to children's safety, they are not alone. I have talked many times, and my colleagues know, I've talked about Chinese-owned TikTok. The company is ByteDance. We know they keep all of our data there in Beijing, but TikTok pushed content that glorifies suicide to teenagers and developed some addictive algorithms that harm their mental health. Discord. On Discord, pedophiles have targeted minors with sextortion and have lured them into abductions. This is something we know. We have the information. It's not hearsay. Drug dealers have used platforms from YouTube to Telegram to sell lethal drugs like fentanyl to teenagers. fueling our nation's drug epidemic. The list goes on, and for years, my colleagues and I on the Senate Commerce Committee and the Judiciary Committee have listened to parents. We have cried with parents. We have held them close, parents from across the country who've lost their children to online harms. And for years, we've heard excuse after excuse after excuse from big tech CEOs about these tragedies that are happening every single day, but they don't do anything about it. The excuses go on and on. They know what's happening, but they choose profit over protecting our kids. So it cannot go on any longer. So today, Senator Blumenthal and I have reintroduced the Bipartisan Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA, as we know it. This is crucial legislation. This is the legislation that will hold big tech accountable and make certain that parents and kids have the tools, the safeguards, the transparency that they need for young people to be protected in the virtual space. Now, among its provisions, the legislation will create a duty of care for online platforms to prevent specific threats to minors, including sexual abuse, illicit drugs, and the promotion of suicide and eating disorders. Bear in mind, the responsibility is on the online platform, and the duty of care would only apply to product features like algorithms, not content, meaning that KOSA would safeguard free speech while protecting our children. In many ways, KOSA is common sense. We have many protections for children in the physical world, yet if children are unable to buy alcohol or go to a strip club in the physical world, why do we allow them to be exposed to harms in the virtual space? And they're exposed to these same harms 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Parents know that there are just as many dangers lurking online, and sometimes even more than there are in the real world, which is why 86% of Americans support KOSA. The legislation enjoys overwhelming bipartisan support. How often do we see legislation that can pass through the Senate with a 91-3 vote like KOSA did last year in this chamber? It's also received endorsement from stakeholders across the board, including child safety advocates, pediatricians, tech companies like X, Microsoft, Snap, and Apple, which announced its support today. In the weeks ahead, we're going to work with our colleagues in the House of Representatives to ensure that this vital legislation makes it to President Trump's desk. When it does, the president will have a generational opportunity to secure a brighter future for children across the country, and their lives depend on the ability of us to act. I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Wyoming.
Not since President Ford has any president been denied at least some of his nominees unanimous consent for confirmation at this point in their presidency. That's why I come to the floor today to advocate for one nominee who is sorely needed. Her name is Jessica Kramer, to be Assistant Administrator in the Office of Water at the Environmental Protection Agency. Jess, as we all know her, given her time working at the EPW committee, is solid and as sharp as they come. She previously served as an environmental prosecutor and defense attorney for the Wisconsin Department of Justice, a government affairs specialist for drinking water and wastewater associations, and deputy secretary for regulatory programs at Florida's Department of Environmental Quality. She also served in the EPA's Office of Water in the first Trump administration. Her impeccable qualifications are part of the reason she received a strong bipartisan vote out of the EPW committee on a 15-4 vote, including Ranking Member Sheldon Whitehouse. Her background check has been available for a week. There is no reason her nomination should be delayed any longer. President Trump deserves to have his qualified people at his side, and the American people deserve to have their votes mean something. Therefore, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar Number 89, Jessica Kramer, to be an Assistant Administrator of the EPA. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
An objection. The senator from Rhode Island.
As ranking member on the Environment and Public Works Committee, it's my understanding that there's a pretty long-standing tradition at EPW that we get the background check before someone comes to the vote. As my distinguished friend from Wyoming has said, I actually voted for this nominee and have every confidence that she will do a good job. But I don't believe that the background check is available. If I'm mistaken about that, then we can review this some other time. But as far as I know, we do not have this nominee's background check, and that's a matter that I think needs to be taken up with the FBI. You all run the FBI these days, and if there's a delay getting this background check completed, that delay should be addressed at the FBI where the delay has been caused, rather than breaking a committee precedent, so I will object.
Senator from Wyoming.
It is my understanding that her background check is available and has been available for a week. I would ask the gentleman from Rhode Island to check with the EPW committee where her background check should be available. Mr. President, one way Americans lose trust in government is when their expectations for that government, as expressed through their vote, are not met. You know, we often talk about how elections have consequences. I'll say I supported many of President Biden's nominees, despite disagreeing with them vehemently. Unfortunately, my friends across the aisle are abusing our constitutional role of advice and consent, unfairly denying the American people the change they just voted for last November. There's plenty of divisiveness in our nation right now, but rallying behind someone as qualified and supported by so many Republican and Democratic senators as Jessica Kramer should be something this body could do. Mr. President, I yield back. Absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today in opposition to Eric Uihlein.
We're in a quorum call.
Oh, request the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today in opposition to Eric Uihlein's nomination to be the Deputy Director for Management at the Office of Management and Budget. You know, Congress charged the Deputy Director for Management with improving the performance, integrity, accountability, and transparency of the whole of government. This role is responsible for managing the personnel who work for the government, what the federal government purchases, and how the federal government manages its money. Given his record and views, I have serious concerns about how Eric Uihlein will carry out these responsibilities. First, I am concerned by his willingness to break the law, especially when it comes to Congress's power of the purse. He supports the administration's efforts to illegally withhold funding that Congress has passed into law. Mr. Uihlein currently serves as the acting chief of staff at the Office of Management and Budget, and he has helped freeze federal funds and grants and loans across the government, illegal actions that shut off resources for police departments, hospitals, and workforce development agencies. Like all of my colleagues in Congress, I swore an oath to uphold and follow the laws set forth in our Constitution, which affirms Congress, and Congress alone, is responsible for deciding how federal funds are spent, not the President or members of his administration. Eric Uihlein has also been a staunch supporter of recklessly and indiscriminately shutting down agencies and laying off employees, with no regard for how these actions might harm the government's ability to protect our national security or provide vital services to the American people. He refused to commit to even analyzing the impact that mass firings have had on the effectiveness of the federal workforce, let alone acknowledging that the harm government services will experience as a result of these actions. Finally, Eric Uihlein has made it clear that he will ignore conflicts of interest in the government's policy and contracting decisions, letting those in charge of government use it as a tool to enrich themselves. As Elon Musk is pushing agencies to purchase services that his own companies provide and shutting down agencies that are investigating his companies, Eric Uihlein told me that he was unable to see any conflicts of interest raised by Elon Musk's influence on government decisions. Government should make decisions in the interest of the people and not in the interest of conflicted billionaire donors to the president like Elon Musk. If Eric Uihlein is confirmed, I am concerned that he will defy our duly passed laws and our Constitution to continue President Trump and Elon Musk's assault on the federal government. Because of this, I oppose Eric Uihlein's nomination, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that the scheduled vote start immediately.
Without objection. The questions on the nomination? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Capito, Gallego, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, King, Lummis, McCormick, Moreno, Murkowski, Schmidt. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Warren. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
Did you call?
Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Welch, no.
Okay.
44, nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed.
The nays are 50. No, the yeas are 54. The nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. I'm sorry. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately notify of the Senate's actions. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Yulin nomination be waived.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Eric Matthew Euland of Virginia to be Deputy Director for Management, Office of Management and Budget, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Eric Matthew Euland of Virginia to be the Deputy Director for Management, Office of Management and Budget shall be brought to a close? Oh, I've got more. Okay. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Markey, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Gotcha. 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 Thank you, sir. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Height Smith. Mrs. Height Smith, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
The ayes are 51, the nays 45. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Eric Matthew Euland of Virginia, to be Deputy Director for Management, Office of Management and Budget.
We'll write things down for you. Look at that. You like that better. That's what we'll do for you. That's what we're here for.
Okay, how about that?
The chair recognizes the senior senator from Ohio.
As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of S. 1771, which is at the desk. Further, I ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Well, Mr. President, I object, and I will.
Objection noted.
And I will let the senator explain the reasons for the motion he is making, and then afterwards I will comment on the reasons for my objection.
Objections heard. Chair recognizes senator from Ohio.
It's now indisputable that the last 4 years saw more injuries and more deaths of law enforcement officers than at any time in American history. Let me just read to you, Mr. President, some of the data. From 2021 to 2023, more officers were feloniously killed than in any other consecutive 3-year period of time over the last 20 years. Let me repeat that. More deaths over the last 3 years than at any 3-year period in the last 20 years. Let me give you the numbers. 194 officers were killed from 2021 to 2023. Last year, in 2024, 234 police officers were killed in the line of duty. Tomorrow, we will see their families on the Capitol. We will see the moms that no longer have their kids, the kids that no longer have their moms and dads, the sisters that don't have their brothers, the brothers that don't have their sisters. 234 officers just last year, including a Cleveland police officer that, Mr. President, I think you know well. His name is Jamison Ritter, and I wear his badge today with an honor. He was killed on the 4th of July, responding to a police call in Cleveland. Good person, went in there, gave all the notice he could. As the arrests were being made, the assailant shot and killed him. Imagine that phone call. Mr. President, you have now almost adult kids and daughters, and you have an adult son, I believe. Imagine getting that phone call that your child has been killed in the line of duty, a person who put their entire life under risk, for us, for our communities. And my colleague from Connecticut, in his state, just a year ago, and I hope he remembers it, I'm sure he does, because I assume he's a good man. There was a gentleman named Aaron Pelletier. He got killed a year ago. He was a Connecticut state trooper, killed in a line of duty. He's one of those 234 people. And just sadly, a week and a half ago, Larry Henderson, retired, my age, retired from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department. You know how you go to some places and they always go to a funeral and they say he was a good man, and you're not sure if people meant it or not because it's a terrible time of tragedy? As I walked into the Syntax Center, a place where you have large gatherings of people, there was line out the door, cars around the corner to pay tribute to him and his family. You know what everybody said? Of all the people, how could it have happened to Larry? A good man. I talked to his wife, talked to him about this bill and how important this was to the community to get this done. And as I was telling her that, she gave me a big hug and said, please fight for Larry and for the others that wear the uniform so that this does not happen again. In 2025, the list keeps growing. We continue to see more and more fallen officers. So what's the solution? And I understand that my colleague has objected, but I'm going to assume that he's listening carefully and is not just ignoring what I'm saying, but rather willing to change your mind. Because here's the reality. There's a lot of things that happens here on the Senate floor. There's a lot of things that we may not agree with. There's lots of policies where we maybe have one viewpoint on the Republican side and one on the Democrat side, and that's fine, and that's healthy. And I think that's what this institution was intended to be. In my humble opinion, having been here 4.5 months, I wish there was more debate, that there was more robust conversations about the issues, but here we are. But this is a very simple bill. This bill just says, look, let's just make certain that there's federal jurisdiction whenever a federal law enforcement officer is killed or injured in the line of duty. And let's make certain that we have the police officers' backs like they have ours, and put a mandatory 20-year prison sentence for anybody that harms a member of law enforcement. That's it. It's not a 2,000-page bill. It's not a 4,000-page bill. It's a 3-page bill. It's just a simple way that this institution, this body, can come together. And in your case, to my colleague from Connecticut, you've had Aaron Pelletier. I'm sure you and your community suffered greatly when you lost him in the line of duty, just as my community in Southwest Ohio and Cincinnati suffered when this great man, after retiring from the line of duty, after retiring, he's out directing traffic for a graduation at the University of Cincinnati and was absolutely murdered for the crime of wearing the uniform. We can stop this. We can today. Today can be a day that people, Americans watching, who have less and less faith in our government's ability to come together to get things done, when they see bickering and arguing, that they don't quite understand what it is that we're doing here, today's a day that we can come together and say we, on both sides, not as Democrats or as Republicans, but as Americans, that we support law enforcement. And that's what I'm asking my Democrat colleague to consider. Just a simple statement. We, the entire United States Senate, can come together for once, unanimously, and say we have the backs of law enforcement and pass the Larry Henderson Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the gentleman's remarks. I look forward to getting to know him as a new colleague. But let me explain to the gentleman why I objected. I abhor attacks on police officers, all police officers, and no matter the motive. But that is not the position of Republicans in the Senate. On the day that President Trump was sworn into office, he pardoned scores of violent felons who beat police officers, and my Republican colleagues, almost to a member, cheered him on and supported him. Donald Trump pardoned David Dempsey, who on January 6th beat Capitol and D.C. police officers with his hands, feet, flagpoles, crutches, broken pieces of furniture, anything else that he could find that could be used as a weapon. He teamed up with another rioter who pulled back one police officer's gas mask while Dempsey sprayed pepper spray in his eyes. He hit another police officer over the head with a metal crutch with so much force that it cracked the protective shield of the officer's gas mask, causing him to collapse as his ears started ringing. Donald Trump also pardoned DJ Rodriguez. On January 6, Rodriguez pushed through the crowds, found a police officer, and put a taser to his head. When the police officer screamed out in pain and recoiled from the shock, Rodriguez attacked him again, tasering him this time in the neck. The officer was done. He collapsed, unconscious. Another officer pulled his lifeless body to safety. That attack ended that officer's career. Thomas Webster was pardoned by Donald Trump, too. Webster attacked police officers with a flagpole. He tackled one officer to the ground, dragged him by the helmet, ripped off his gas mask to allow tear gas to seep inside, and held the officer down so that other rioters could brutally kick him. I oppose all violence against all police officers. So I don't understand why there seems to be an exemption for the violence that was perpetrated against the officers who protect us. Your bill proposes a new mandatory minimum for assaults against police officers that you are not applying to the officers who beat the people who protect us. They were let out of jail free. DJ Rodriguez, David Dempsey, Thomas Webster. Republicans cheered as they were let out of jail before their sentence was completed. And so if we're serious about protecting police officers, then we need to protect all police officers. If police officers are protecting Democrats, because that's who those rioters were here to kill or here to hurt, then those assaults should matter. If Donald Trump says the assault is okay, that shouldn't matter. Yes, I have stood by the side of the families of slain or injured police officers. But think about the families of those officers who were brutally beaten here at the Capitol. Think about the officer who was dragged unconscious from the site. His attacker was let out of jail, no mandatory minimum. Politics shouldn't have anything to do with our collective decision to stand up against attacks on police officers. So I offer this objection because I just don't feel like this bill is on the level until we have agreement in this chamber that President Trump doesn't get to decide which attacks on police officers we care about and which ones we don't. We shouldn't pass this bill until Republicans make it clear that they oppose all attacks on police, no exceptions, no exemptions. Republicans need to loudly oppose President Trump's pardons, because if you don't, you are sending a message that if you are carrying out attacks on police officers in the name of President Trump's political agenda, or you are carrying out attacks on police officers who are defending Democrats, that those attacks might end up being pardoned or excused. And our nation just fades away. What makes our nation great fades away if violence is okay if it's in service of a particular political agenda, or if the attacks are in service of the president. So I do take attacks against our police officers seriously. But I don't think we should move forward legislation that implicitly has exemptions in it. And so let's get on the same page. Let's come to a collective decision as a body that we care about all violence against police officers. Let's hear every member of this body condemn President Trump's pardons. Let's come to the conclusion that politics should never play a role in enforcing our laws against police violence. So I look forward to working with the senator on that endeavor. And if we can come to that conclusion jointly as a body, then I look forward to working with him on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Ohio.
So first, let me just say I appreciate my colleagues' willingness to acknowledge that we have to support law enforcement. The reason I went into elected office is to prevent these types of debates. I'm proposing legislation that's clear you support. You want to make certain that we punish anybody who harms a member of law enforcement. Very simple. The objection isn't about looking forward. The objection is saying, well, I can't support something going forward because I'm upset about something that happened in the past. That is a political comment. That isn't a matter of what's good for public policy. Tell Lori Henderson why her husband had to die because you're upset about something politically that happened in this chamber. I wasn't here last year. I wasn't here the year before that. I wasn't here the year before that. And I certainly wasn't here in 2001. If we're going to move forward as a nation, we have to come together on a forward-looking basis and say we have to draw the line now and say no more law enforcement officers should ever be harmed. And what this bill will do is it'll send a massive chilling effect to anybody
looking to harm a member of law enforcement. You should look at that and say, that's fantastic. And if you want to have a conversation about what happened 4.5 years ago, where you know better than I do, you've been here a lot longer, the Constitution gives the president full pardon power. Joe Biden pardoned almost 10,000 people, including 32 people who were on death row and commuted their sentences to life instead of death, which is what they had been convicted to do. I don't want to have that debate because it has nothing to do with Larry Henderson. This bill is about saying we will protect law enforcement. And the people watching this are so hungry for a government that works. We don't have to wear a Republican jersey and a Democrat jersey at every turn. We can come together as a country and say, look, you said you agree. You said you agree that it should be a standard for all federal police officers. That's what I'm proposing. Every single member of the Capitol Police, every single member of the FBI, of ICE, U.S. Marshals, anybody who protects all of us. And by the way, the people who look to do us harm don't know if we're Democrats or Republicans. I had a gentleman drive to my home from Toledo when I wasn't there. Knocked on our door. My wife is not used to not answering the door and somebody knocks. He was there to kill me. Thank God the Westlake Police Department is 90 seconds away. If we don't put a stop to this, if we don't just put down our little lapel pins that call us Democrat or Republican, we're never going to be able to do anything in this country. And let me finish real quick. The point is very simple. I get it. I get it. Politics has become a sport. It's about one team winning and one team losing. But that's why I ran for office, and I hope you can remember back when you first ran for office. What is it that you wanted to really accomplish? Did you want to make this country better for your kids and grandkids? Be able to look them in the eye someday and say, I made this country better. We do that by coming together on things that we can easily agree on. And we agree. We agree that we should defend law enforcement. Let's do it now. Not next week, not next month, because between now and then, we're going to lose more Larry Hendersons. I find that unacceptable. I would imagine to my colleague, what the families tomorrow of the 234 slain officers, what they would feel like for them to come to the U.S. Capitol and say, look, in this time of Democrats versus Republicans where they can't agree on anything seemingly, they came together to say, today, we will never allow another federal police officer to be harmed in the line of duty. And I know you objected, but I'll ask you one last time. I think and we don't need to go on all evening. I don't have Cory Booker's stamina. But I will say this. Please consider the message you're sending to every single mom or dad that puts on the uniform. It says there's a process question. I don't like the process in which this is happening. I'm mad at my political enemy. I may have, or others may have, political aspirations, and this may hurt us. Think about that family who does wake up every day to protect you just the same way they protect me. God bless them. And with that, I'll yield the floor.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, you're right. The senator from Ohio was not here on January 6th, and your political affiliation mattered that day. It mattered that day. Those rioters were here to harm not allies of President Trump, but opponents of President Trump. They had a gallows outside with Mike Pence's name on it. They were searching the halls of the Capitol for people who opposed Donald Trump's agenda. So I agree with you that it would be wonderful and lovely to remove this debate from politics. But on that day, there were bad people here seeking to do violence based upon the political affiliations of people in this building. And the reason that they were pardoned was because President Trump supported the violence so long it was in his name. So yes, it does matter what happened. Not just on that day, but when Trump issued the pardons, because it provides this message of endorsement to violence so long as it's violence that Donald Trump supports. That puts officers in jeopardy all over the country. If the potential perpetrators of violence against police officers have an idea in their head that if they're doing it in support of Donald Trump, they have a pretty good chance to get away with it. I don't think anyone who assaults a police officer should get out of jail early. And so let me put the question to you. Maybe we can find common ground right now. I recited to you the violence that was perpetrated on police officers here by 3 specific rioters. Do you support Donald Trump's decision to let those 3 individuals out of jail early? I think it'd be important for you as a Republican member to say that you oppose Donald Trump's decision to let those perpetrators out of jail early. And we could have common cause today in that we both oppose all early releases of individuals who attack police officers. So do you agree with me that it was wrong to release those 3 individuals early from prison?
Look, as my colleague knows...
Recognizes Senator from Ohio.
As my colleague knows, again, better than I do, the President of the United States is given a constitutional authority for pardon.
Regardless of whether he has that power, do you agree with his decision?
And there's no mechanism in which this body can change that. But what we can change is what happens from here forward. We can say that anybody who harms a police officer is going to do 20 years in prison. Now, Biden pardoned 9,500 people. 9,500 people. This is not the debate that we're having. You know what I found in business that's maybe a little bit different than politics? The way to be successful is to look forward. If in business, all you do is look in the mirror and blame and try to score points, you lose. We have to look forward. You just said we have common cause. You don't want police. I believe, by the way, you and I
Let's
don't.
have common cause right now. Let's decide.
Hold on.
Let's decide that it was not okay for Donald Trump to let the people who brutally beat police officers out of jail early. Let's find common cause right now. That would be in service of preventing violence against police officers in the future, because we could make it clear, you and I could make it clear right now, that it doesn't matter whether you are committing violence in the name of Donald Trump or not. It's wrong if you commit violence against police officers. Why can't you just agree to that?
As my colleague knows, let me just restate.
Just say yes.
Let me just state this again very simply. I haven't interrupted you. I'd ask you to give me the same courtesy.
I apologize.
That's okay. Look, we don't know each other. We acknowledge that. I actually believe that in everybody there's the innate desire to do good. That Democrats and Republicans love this country. This country is a gift to me. I came here from another country, as you know, and got the ability to live in this country. The issue at hand in front of us, what we can do right now is pass the Larry Henderson Act, something that you've acknowledged that you agree with the elements in that bill. Mandatory 20 years. Anybody who harms a federal law enforcement officer, you said you agree on that. We can have 100 distractions that go right back into another conversation. If you want to have a conversation, which, by the way, because I've gotten to preside, you've had that conversation multiple times. You and your colleagues have had it, and you should, and you deserve to have it. That's not the issue before us today. The issue before us today is, do we want more Larry Hendersons? So you asked me a question. I'd ask you a question. If in the next week you knew that there was another Aaron Pelletier, and we could have avoided that because we could have had a deterrent of 20-year jail sentence for that person, what would you feel you would tell their family? I was fighting a 4.5-year-old grudge? Or do you know that you can make a difference right now? We can do this right now. That's what the American public may not know. I didn't know until I got here. We can actually pass this bill for the United States Senate right now
Right now, we would make news. We'd make history. We passed a bill. Somebody from Ohio that you would consider to be maybe in a pejorative, a MAGA extremist, and somebody who would say maybe disparaging things about your political beliefs, both you and I, who've never met, never had a conversation, never shared a cup of coffee, we could save the lives of law enforcement officers all over this country. We could do that tonight. I ask you a question. Is it worth risking the life of a law enforcement officer to score political points?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from
I understand the senator is new. I just remind him that you are not allowed to impugn the motives of members of the Senate. Listen, I think it's unfortunate that you cannot and other Republicans cannot say that the individuals who beat the living hell out of the police officers who protect us should not have gotten out of jail free. I don't think that's a separate issue from the broader concern about protecting police officers from violence, because I think what you have done in endorsing violence, as long as it's perpetrated in the name of a political agenda, is to make every police officer in this country less safe and to make all of us less safe as well. And so I think if we want to come together around an agenda to protect members of law enforcement, then yes, it is very important. It is very important for the future protection of the law enforcement officers, the police officers who protect us, to hear loudly from Republicans that there is no exception to the premise that you will serve a long prison sentence if you commit an assault on a police officer. So I look forward to continuing this dialogue with my colleague. I admit that we do not know each other. Maybe we can find common ground here, but this is not a small issue. The normalization of political violence in this country could be the defining issue of the next decade. And I think that my Republican colleagues will rue the day that they look the other way when Donald Trump said that it is okay to beat police officers over the head with flagpoles, to taser them to the point that they were unconscious, just because you are serving President Trump's political agenda. That's not a side issue. That's not a fringe issue. That issue of endorsement of political violence, it may be central to the question of whether this democracy survives. So I know we have a pending vote and our colleagues are eager to get home. I look forward to continuing a conversation with my colleague.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Glenn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen,
Or less.
Ms. Murkowski,
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds,
Weird words like cloture.
Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Ernst, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Rounds, and Schmidt. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, King, Murphy, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, and Warnock. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye.
Such a good idea.
Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45, and the nomination is approved. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent.
Can we have order in the Senate, please?
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Donahue nomination be waived.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Sean Donahue of Florida to be an Assistant Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Sean Donahue of Florida to be Assistant Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory. Under the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Thank you. He's got me. Thank you. You got it.
Mr. Brasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, have a good night, sir.
Along with Johnson. Johnson. Scott and Johnson.
Mr. Booker.
I assume you got me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Slot can. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mr. Scapito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Senators voting the negative: Mr. Bozeman, aye. Senators voting the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Environmental Protection Agency, Sean Donahue of Florida to be an Assistant Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 11 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 30, S-195.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 30, S-195, a bill to amend the Visit America Act to promote music, tourism, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 68, Senate Bill 260.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 68, S260, a bill to amend the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Act, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that, withstanding the adoption of S-Res 178, the Cornyn Amendment to the preamble, which is at the desk, be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that the Secretary of the Senate be authorized to make appropriate changes to reflect adoption of the amendment.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk: S-Res 228, S-Res 229, S-Res 230.
Without objection. The Senate will proceed to the resolutions en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations in bloc. All nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, Marine Corps, and Navy, with the exception of PN 89 Matthew Ryan. That the nominations be confirmed in bloc, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, May 15th, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal proceedings be approved today at the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of executive calendar number 88, Sean Donahue, post-cloture, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination 11:30. Further, following disposition of the Donahue nomination, the Senate resumed legislative session, and Senator Kane or his designee be recognized to make a motion to discharge S-Res 195, and following the motion to discharge, all time until 1:45 be equally divided. The Senate then vote on the motion to discharge S-Res 195. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.